Alright, well, here we are. Cold air's kind of getting to me too. So hopefully we can power through this stream. But in any case, though, crazy day that we're already having first thing in the morning. A very rare situation is actually ongoing right now just west of Baton Rouge here. We actually have a blizzard warning. Yes, you heard that right. Blizzard warning over towards Lake Charles. It's going to be in effect until noon Central Time. And as you can see, this camera over here is not far away from Lake Charles, actually. This is over towards Lafayette. And there's whiteout conditions ongoing here. So this is legitimately happening. It's almost surreal that we actually are having this situation occur right before our eyes here. Just amazing sometimes the things that you see when you're into the weather like this. Also, as you can see, this winter storm has, of course, manifested here. We have Houston getting heavy snow now at this point. We've transitioned from the freezing rain over to heavy snow at this point. Power outages have also gone up notably over towards Texas right now. And then as we look over to the east here, Jackson, Mississippi is starting to get into the action. Hattiesburg is starting to get some of the heavier snow here. Hattiesburg is over here on this camera on the bottom left part of the corner, or bottom left corner of the screen here. And the thing to make note of here, I forgot I even had that up. Let me go and move that while I'm at it. Where is it though? There it is. But as you can see, over towards Hattiesburg right now, snow is starting to really pick up at this point. We're starting to finally see it on camera here. It wasn't being shown earlier, or it wasn't visible earlier. But look at this is quite a sight here. These are areas, again, that I've said many times in the forecast videos and live discussions. They're not used to seeing snow out here. Heavy snow is heading towards Montgomery. We also even have snow flurries making their way into Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Atlanta, over towards Americus and Columbus, Georgia. And soon enough, we're going to see Pensacola even have its opportunity now. And then, of course, maybe even Tallahassee and Jacksonville before all is said and done. You can see the winter storm warnings here in the pink in effect to go along with this. So, just goes to show you how far spanning this winter storm is. Its impacts are expected to be at this point. And you can even see the winter storm warnings stretching all the way up the east coast here into parts of North Carolina here, pretty much the entire North Carolina coast here. We even could see winter conditions all the way up towards Virginia Beach. So, wide spanning storm pretty much from the Gulf of Mexico all the way to the edge of the Gulf, and then all the way up towards, I would dare say, the mid-Atlantic. Crazy story here, basically. Multitude of mesoscale discussions issued right now as well, so expect that heavy snow to become more notable over towards Hattiesburg, New Orleans, and other areas here. There is also chances that we could even see a little bit of thunder snow here. Unfortunately, I don't have a lightning tracker mixed in with this mode here, looking at the winter weather radar, so I'm going to try to do the best I can to keep track of any thunder snow reports. That being said, though, let's go ahead and just kind of settle into the stream here. Hope everybody's doing well. Hope everyone's staying warm, because no one in the lower 48 is really being spared from the Arctic outbreak here. In any case, let's keep this ball rolling. Turn that off real quick so that way I can focus a bit. I understand. Well, appreciate that, Emmanuel. We're gonna be here for most of the day this time around. Just hoping that I have the music at a decent level, nothing too loud. Snow's starting to pick up over towards Hattiesburg now. Okay, let's grab this. Also, another thing to make note of here. Isn't a whole lot going on, but a little earlier, we've had a little bit of lake effect snow we're dealing with as well. Lake effect snow warnings were in effect over towards Buffalo. We're going to continue to see that be the case. There even could be a chance I go live tomorrow just to cover that as well, but we'll cross that bridge whenever we get there. Meantime, the focus is going to be entirely on the south. Alright, also while we're at it, we're also going to be getting new reports in real time here. Also doing traffic updates as well. Because we are concerned, of course, about a lot of these areas with them not being used to snow, of there being potential issues in regards to accidents. Some people hopefully will get the memo not to go out, but nothing guaranteed. Also, intermittently, I may also go out to my own window to see what's going on because, as I've said many times, I live up towards Atlanta Metro. And we're starting to see a good bit of snow over there as well, so I'm kind of interested to see what happens with my own area. Ooh, that snow's really starting to pick up now in Hattiesburg. Look at that. Left side, second screen on the bottom. You can actually see those flakes really starting to pick up in intensity now. Wind's also picking up intermittently as well. You can see the American flag and the wind and this wind vane as well to go along with it. By the way, over here you're actually looking over towards Lafayette, Louisiana. This is not over towards the Rockies or anything like that. This is the deep south where we are getting all these images. Wow, look at that snow coming down now. That is crazy. Again, these areas are not used to this at all. Can't understate the enough just how rare this actually is. Like, we're expecting historic snow totals for some of these areas here. And this is going to be going on all day. Also, appreciate all of you that have tuned in so far. Make sure you're hitting that like button, by the way. Definitely would help. Also, hit that subscribe button as well if you could as well. You can see we're right at the edge of being towards 1100. Hopefully we can get that today. Very grateful if we could. Obviously, we would love to go further beyond too. But baby steps. In any case, though, for right now, I'm just marveling at at this insane southern winter storm. And this is the second one that we've dealt with this month. And it's only January. That's the craziest part. I do, however, think as we go further along, this may be potentially be the end of winter for the deep south, but let's just say that I'm keeping my eyes open for any surprises here. Up, there's new lake effect snow warnings in effect also up towards the north. I don't necessarily like the fact that Radar Omega is glitching in the manner that it is also. I do find it a little alarming here that we keep seeing those winter storm warnings and winter weather advisories constantly disappearing. I'm wondering what's going on. A lot of people have been complaining about it glitching a lot lately. And I've also been hearing a competition for Radar Omega as well, so really hope they get that together, because the WeatherWise app has been making some rounds here. Heavier snow bands even making their way into South Carolina already as well. Columbia, this will be heading your way soon, actually. Augusta's already seeing snow as well. This snowstorm is moving pretty rapidly. Some heavy snow is actually going to start working its way towards Greenville, Alabama, and over towards Enterprise soon as well. Mobile's already starting to get into the mix here. Before we know it, we're going to see Gulf Shores and Pensacola get into this very shortly here. Oh, hey, we made it to 1100. Appreciate you guys, by the way. Let's keep it going. All right. Okay, so what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to get snow total reports if I can right now. It's still a little early for some of us, but trying to get a relative idea of what we're dealing with currently and what we can expect as we go forward. Because probably within the next hour, we're going to try to get an update in here. I'm also trying to get a good look at the road conditions as well. Obviously, a lot of the roads over towards Louisiana are relatively impassable, especially with the essentially whiteout conditions that we're seeing on the screen here. A few minutes ago, this again, like I said before, this is over towards Lafayette on the top left corner of the screen. You could see that there was a point where you actually couldn't see anything. Like if you were outside, you probably couldn't see your hand in front of your face. And like I said, this is outside of Baton Rouge right now, but there are also a lot of road closures over towards Lafayette as well, especially coming from the south here. All lanes on US 90 from both directions to Louisiana 88 are closed right now. Honestly, there's road closures on all sides of the town here. Really, it's towards far southern Louisiana where a lot of road closures have occurred. Some of this, of course, is due to winter weather. Some of it's due to construction as well. But anywhere south of Baton Rouge in particular, the roads are extremely bad right now. I am hearing a lot of closures due to inclement weather. Hopefully this will keep people inside. Because like I said, a lot of people around here probably aren't used to a winter storm of this magnitude. You stay inside though, I think you stand a better chance though. That's just me. Here. Oh, so we got a meso discussion we can actually look at here. So I'm gonna read this while I'm at it here. Doesn't specify any snowfall rates here, which I find a little frustrating. I think that it's very likely though that we will probably see an inch to maybe even 2 inch per hour rates possible here still, but I have my share of questions with that. There it goes again, doing that little silly stuff. There's a very sharp return over here as well, so it's more than one way to figure out just how heavy the snow is falling here. It's not the sharpest drop I've seen. The sharpest drop for snowfall I've seen actually was with the last storm, and that was actually over my area, so 3 inches in 2 hours. But yeah, I would say at least about maybe up to an inch an hour, maybe an inch and a quarter. Yeah, Hattiesburg is about to be in the thick of it now. Let's go ahead and pull up a Georgia camera here as well, since some of those snow bands are a little heavier. No, it's Forsyth. It's a little too far to the east. Let's try to get the State Farm camera here. Or the systems camera, excuse me. Can't really see on anything on that screen here, but that may yet change. Uh-oh. Some of you may experience a small frame drop here. Just make sure you refresh the stream. Should be good. Problem, it looks like I've resolved it, but there is an issue. There's definitely a little issue with Radar Omega today. I think I'm probably going to turn off these warnings. Something definitely seems to be wrong here. I don't think that was necessarily the reason why we had that little brief interruption there, but let's see if we can save some bandwidth at this point, because truthfully, performance is not that great from Radar Omega at this point. Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and also see where the latest reports of falling snow is right now. I'm gonna pull up what I'm showing. Well, I'm gonna show you what I'm looking at on stream in just a second here. It's gonna be on a smaller screen, so I do hope you bear with me there. I'm gonna try to make as much room as I can to make the screen a little bigger. Also, not trying to overwhelm you guys. Oh, there was. Alright, so we do have a thunder snow report. This was actually confirmed by storm chaser Brandon Kopic. So, we officially have thunder snow with this wintry system. This is Brandon right here. Obviously, I'm not going to pull up storm chaser feeds here. I'm not trying to steal from them. But this is just outside of Lafayette where the blizzard's ongoing right now. This is the visual from Lafayette itself right now, or just to the south of Lafayette, towards Youngsville. This is over towards Crowley. Over towards Crowley is where Brandon Kopic is. We also have Vince Welty and Stormrunner Media over here. We have Connor Croft. And I'm thinking this is Aaron J. Jack over here. This might be Corey. I don't. It could be either Aaron or Corey on here. I know that both of those guys are sponsored by Radar Omega. But in any case, though, absolutely crazy what we have going on over here. Alright, but let's get that little spare feed up here. Oops, not what I wanted to do. I'm trying to pull the map up here for Mississippi because I know the impacts are going to start to increase here. In fact, I'm sure they already are. But this is what I've been looking at over towards Louisiana. And then also, this is how I've been getting my snow reports so far. This map is in a loop right now, but as you can see the snow reports also starting to increase towards Georgia. More significant snow reports starting to even make their way ever so closer to areas like Pensacola right now. Over towards Tallahassee, they've actually had early school dismissal here. Can't blame them. Hopefully the timing was good, because anyone over here that saw what happened in Atlanta in 2014, a large part of why the city ended up being shut down was because of a poor call by the government back then. They chose to have everybody off of work and out of school all at once And what ended up happening basically was the roads were clogged, but by that point snow was already starting to fall. The roads weren't treated. It was just a bad judgment call and poor timing. Starting to get more reports of road accumulation further off to the east now to go along with the snowfall that we have. This is starting to work its way into parts of southern Mississippi now. It's these little white triangles that we're keeping an eye out for. They're very small on the screen, but over here towards the rural part of southern Mississippi, we're starting to get that road accumulation. This is a pretty big deal for these areas. This is where I start getting a little bit nervous for these guys. There we go. Got that to work now. Let's go into the wide view here. In particular, we're really concerned about the southern half of the state. There's already reports of ice on roads and bridges. This is DeSoto, George, Hancock, Harrison, Jackson, Pearl River, and Stone counties. See what we got going on south of Jackson here, because that's where the concern really lies. This is right towards the LA state line here. For all the snow that's already fallen towards this area, the roads don't look terrible right now. Of course, we haven't gotten into the bulk of the heavy snow yet here, just yet. We're just now really starting to get into it for these guys. There is a big time snow band that's popped up over here towards Andalusia and Op over here. It's going to be heading its way towards Enterprise, Sampson, and Geneva here in the next little bit. So some pretty heavy snowfall is about to occur over here. Ozark also could be in there, as well as Dothan. Alright, so I'm keeping an eye in particular on some of the roadways towards Mississippi because I do expect road closures to occur pretty soon. We're also going to pull up Florida here the next little bit. It's probably going to take a little while for those closures and reports to come in. What we can do at the very least right now is get a look at those snow reports as they continue to kind of filter in at this point. We're starting to get some snow and grapple being reported into the Panhandle. We got a report off to the east of Pensacola, which is interesting. Hasn't quite reached over there just yet. But I'm sure there's probably a few flurries that are floating about in the air right now. Yeah, I can't say enough just how rare this event is. Watching history pretty much over here. Again, really hoping that everyone is doing what they're supposed to do to stay safe. Snow reports to the north of me. Also, of course, we're looking at the National Weather Service hazards map here. You can see this again how widespread this storm is expected to be, and also how frigid the lower 48 is as a whole here. These areas in the light blue, these are extreme. They're now called extreme cold advisory. Some extreme cold warnings are in the dark blue right here. They used to be called wind chill and wind chill advisories and wind chill warnings, but I don't know why they changed them. I'm still gonna call them what they used to be called because I'm old school. Yeah, wind chill advisories and wind chill warnings. I'm looking in the camera as I say that too. Are in effect pretty much anywhere east of the Rockies at this point. Also, snow squall warnings, as we mentioned before, are in effect and actually increasing in abundance too to go along with it. At some point, we may switch over to that depending on how things go with this. But a lot of the focus today with this stream is going to be, of course, towards the deep south right now. I think this snow band is actually intensifying, by the way, so I wouldn't rule out the potential for snowfall rates up to about 1.5 inches per hour or more. Of course, be keeping an eye on things as we go further and further along here. Also, another thing to talk about is the wildfire risk that we have, unfortunately, in a very familiar area. LA has yet another PDS fire red flag warning here, and an extreme fire hazard condition here as well. So, fortunately, that is also a problem. There's a lot to cover here, but like I said, a lot of the tension is going to be on this, unfortunately. If I can fit some of that in here and there, maybe I'll be able to get a look. Maybe I'll try and take a look at the fire threat as well. We're going to be here for a pretty good chunk of the day here. On the brighter side of things, though, Houston, it looks like the last bit of the system is on its way out here. Still have some pretty significant snow left to go, but at the very least, looks like the worst is just about over. I would say probably another couple hours or less, and then it's over for them. I have to go to the bathroom in a minute here. And also take a little sneak peek outside just to see if anything's happened over the last little bit. I am seeing a few little sneaky snow bands making their way over to the town here. So I'm curious to see if anything has changed outside. If something does happen here, I'll probably post that up later on as a short or something. Also, if you have a Discord, or if you're interested in getting a Discord, feel free to join our server. I'm gonna post that and also pin the comment here in chat. All you have to do to find the link, of course, will be to type in !Discord. The bot will have it right up on the screen here. Alright, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. I will be right back. Radar will still be on the screen. I shall return. It'll only take probably 2 minutes. Alright, we're back. Not much has really changed out there towards my area. I don't really expect a whole lot for Atlanta Metro. I think it's going to be areas further to the south for me. Much further to the south, like let's say over towards Griffin. Those areas I think are going to get the heavier snow. We'll shift our attention towards Covington, where there probably is a little bit more in the way of snowfall right now. In due time, we're actually going to probably switch over to some Florida cameras as well. That snow line is getting awfully close now to Pensacola. So it won't be long. Again, just can't say enough just how rare this actually is. But what gets me the most is what we have going on over towards Lafayette right now. Near whiteout conditions. Blizzard warning in effect. Like, what is this? I said it before. Like, really? This is the kind of stuff that you would see over towards maybe the Rockies, towards the northern states, maybe the Midwest. You don't see this over here. And the crazier part is that I see people outside driving in this. What are they doing? My goodness. Y'all aren't used to this. Those roads do not look like they're doing all that well. So I have no idea why there are people out there right now. Starting to see an increase in blowing snow over here as well. let's go over towards red level where they're starting to get some pretty good snow here. Sorry about that, guys. Bumped the mic. It's itching just a little bit, that's all. We have sleet just to the north of Pensacola now. Areas towards Dothan now are starting to report snow on the ground, or snowfall at this point, or at least sleet at this point. Five inches of snow. Okay, so we're getting some final reports here. Beaumont, Texas, 5 inches of snow has fallen today. And it broke the previous record, which was 2.5 inches, all the way back in 1949. So interesting piece of lore here that I've been reading just now. This blizzard warning that we were talking about that's over towards Lafayette and those areas, that's also the furthest south that a blizzard warning has ever been issued. And the unique thing about a blizzard is it's not just your typical snowstorm. There's actual prerequisites. There's requirements for this. With a blizzard, several criteria has to be met here. One of them, frequent gusts up to 35 miles per hour for, I think it's 3 hours if I remember correctly. At minimum, 3 hours. Blowing snow that will cause a quarter-mile invisibility. And usually I would probably say about an inch or two of snow. Obviously, we've very much surpassed that over here towards Louisiana, as the snow is, of course, continuing to fall. So now we're just waiting for the sustained time frame in which we're getting those 35 mile per hour gusts or greater. As you can see, we're well below the quarter-mile visibility over here, this camera over here in the corner. So that says it all. It's truly something to marvel at, if I'm being honest. Whether you're a weather weenie like myself or not. Like I said, it's not every day that you see something like this. Not at all. Also, if you're stuck inside like I am, definitely encourage you to share this out to your friends if they're stuck inside too, nothing to do. I think visibility is continuing to drop actually over here. We may get another whiteout like we did about not even an hour ago. Probably I think it was about maybe 30 or 45 minutes ago, where you couldn't even see anything on the screen here for Lafayette. And the same treatment looks like it's moving further towards the east here. I think we're going to switch over to a camera for New Orleans itself. We're still dealing with a slight little mix over here. So actually, I think we're going to go with Baton Rouge instead. We'll look at both, actually. We'll start out with Baton, though. Look at this visual right here. Yeah, Baton Rouge is starting to really drop in visibility now. Look at that. This is near blizzard conditions ongoing in this area. If I'm being completely honest, it would not surprise me if we end up seeing that blizzard warning get stretched a little further out towards the east here. So at that point, we would be including Baton Rouge. New Orleans in particular, I'm not so sure we'll end up getting those same conditions. Warm nose is definitely going to keep some of that moisture as more of a wintry mix. Maybe a little bit more in the way of ice, which is still a big problem in its own right. But the last thing we need is next to zero visibility potentially at times to go along with the ice and the snow that we already have falling up towards this region here. But look at this view that we have here. It's absolutely incredible. Like, if you had asked me this year if there was a chance that, if you would ask me at this point if I said that there will be a blizzard ongoing in Louisiana, I would have thought you were crazy, if I'm being honest. The worst part is, and it was funny because I saw this yesterday too. Yesterday morning we started at, over here in my area, we started at 15 degrees. The lakes were frozen. Drive through work. We're driving around to work, and I see ducks on the lake. I mean, acting like it isn't bothering them at all, which I'm sure it's not. But at the same time, I bet they were thinking, okay, we've gone south for the winter. We're good. Nope. Not escaping it this year. I'm pretty sure a lot of people from up north that have moved to the south were like, I came down here to escape it. They're all feeling the same way. Alright, so let's go ahead and see what's going on in New Orleans. Because Baton Rouge, it's pretty clear what we have going on there. I'm glad that I don't see anyone on the roads over there. Oh, excuse me. Alright, let's get over to New Orleans now, which is just a little ways over. Up, there's the ice. Look at that. Don't even need to say anything there. Can't even see anything. Yeah, it's mostly freezing rain that's occurred here. Alright, here's a little bit of snow, but also just based off what I'm seeing here from those little patches, I see some ice mixed in. So again, I'm really hoping that no one in New Orleans is driving about right now. They're just kind of staying inside, kind of chilling out a bit. Because anything more than that could be a big problem. And really, I will go as far as to say we still haven't reached the peak of this event just yet. As we get further along into the day here, I do think that we may see an increase in the amount of snowfall rates before all said and done, especially for the areas a little further off to the east here. Because the funniest part about all of this, even though it's not really funny, but the craziest part about all of this, the air mass that's got this snow, that is allowing us to have the snow, is also pretty dry and is expected to moisten up a little bit as we go later into the day. Trying to get a look at what we're dealing with here in regards to ice on the roadways, because that's gonna, like I said, this is gonna be a big problem for the region here. So far, I haven't seen anything in the way of icy sidewalks or driveways right now. Kind of leaning more towards snow, but there might be a little layer of ice to go along with that. I need to get me a little body armor or something. So my mouth is a tad bit on the dry side. Be right back. I'm gonna grab myself something to drink really quick. I'm not gonna change the screen. I'm just gonna take the camera off for 2 seconds because the water is in my room, or the body armor is in my room, I should say. I'm not going anywhere. And just like that, we're back. Well, there goes that camera. Let's see if we can get some more totals here real quick while we're at it. Another thought has also occurred to me in all of this, and it's the fact that it hasn't even been a month since that last tornado outbreak we had on December 28th. And in this corridor that we're looking at right now, we had a strong tornado that started all the way over towards Galveston and Houston areas, made its way all the way past Lake Charles. It was a little tornado family. Then less than a month later, we have a whole blizzard going on. Crazy. There's already a report of cumulative snow in Augusta, Georgia right now as well. Frontogenesis is occurring there. Yeah, those are all the reports that I can find right now. Okay, so let's keep the ball rolling here, shall we? See if we can't switch over to... Let's try Covington, Georgia here. See if Covington doesn't work, we might try Richmond County or something. It's not really showing a whole lot there. Actually, I think I'm going to try this camera over here that's not far from Gulfport. So this is Jackson County offices. Oh, look at that. We have notable accumulation ongoing there. Dang, it seems like once we get to 4 cameras, it's just a little bit much. Alright, there we go. It's holding out. So anyone that's tuning in, wondering what you're looking at right now, your eyes are not deceiving you. And this is not the Western Plains that we are looking at. This is the deep south where we have blizzard conditions ongoing just outside and, well, really heading into Baton Rouge at this point. Then we also have Mississippi getting into the action here. Alabama's starting to get into it as well. Montgomery's starting to see some heavier snow. And eventually, we're going to start to see Georgia, South Carolina, and even North Carolina start to see heavy snow before the day is out. We're going to be here for a while, so strap on in, lock in, and get ready for the heck of a ride here, because we're, like I said, it's crazy. It's not every day you see a blizzard warning issued for New Orleans or areas just to the west of New Orleans over towards Lake Charles. And the kicker about all of this is, about a month earlier, we were covering a strong, violent tornado that had just passed through Lake Charles and Lake Arthur. So within the course of 28 days, we went from violent tornadoes to essentially a blizzard. And the craziest part is, if you look closely on this screen here that I've highlighted, you can actually see there are people out there driving on that. And I don't think any of those were snowplows either. Keep in mind, this is blizzard conditions here. Less than a quarter mile of visibility. Wind gusts have gone up to about 35 plus. So, with that being said, I'm just kind of at a loss for words here in regards to why people are out here right now. A smart thing to do would be to avoid this kind of weather and to stay inside. Plenty of businesses and schools have closed over here towards Louisiana. And there are other regions as well that are starting to close down or shut down early today as well. Florida being one of the leaders in that, of course, right now, which is a very good move on their part, if I'm being honest. You pay attention to the top left corner of your screen, you'll actually see some of the reports that I'm getting in right now. It's a little hard to see, but there's like little red and yellow X's here. These are reporting business and school closures over here. You can see a lot of areas in the yellow over here towards central parts of the Florida Panhandle. We're expecting this winter weather to come in a little bit later this afternoon. Over towards Tallahassee, they're already closing places down right now, even though they haven't gotten any reports in just yet. But this storm is definitely overperforming and leaving its mark here. A little stretch in there while I'm at it. Wow, so did we lose this camera over here? Did we lose the Andalusia camera? That's crazy. Wow. Alright, so we're going to replace that camera with another one here. Do a little change up here. We're going to go back towards Baton Rouge here. I'm going to look towards the north side of town here. Look at this. This is unbelievable. I've looked at this. I've pulled up these live feed. Oh, wow. It's an 18-wheeler that's out there in this. That's crazy, man. There's more of them. What is going on here? You can see this camera over here that I have up on the top left corner. You are seeing vehicles. This is not some random effect. This is a full-on blizzard ongoing right now in Louisiana. This is Baton Rouge that we're looking at. And these truck drivers, and there are regular cars going through here too. On bridges, no less, which are often the first to freeze. What's going on here? Come on, people, stay inside. I think the last thing you would want to do is be out in this mess. And again, I guess I don't know anything. It's getting chilly in here. Dang. All right, we're gonna put this back to a small screen here for a moment. Gonna make it its own separate window. Just give me a second, guys. All right. Alright, so that's what we have going on in Baton Rouge. This one on the bottom part of this one below it right here, that is Lafayette. And then over towards, I think this is still Hattiesburg that we're looking at. We haven't seen much in the way of accumulation. I'm going to try to see if I can maybe refresh the camera. Because with the snow band falling like it's been, I'm surprised that we haven't gotten anywhere near as much in the way of accumulation. I do find that a little bit odd. let's get that. Yeah, over towards southern Mississippi, we haven't had as much in the way of accumulation. I find that a bit surprising right now. But over towards Gulfport and Missoula here, look at the stark difference. Very clear accumulation there. Occasionally, I've gotten text messages from people that know me, asking about the weather out here. Right now, it's not too bad, but I'm on alert also because I heard my mom decided to go out today, which is not the best idea. But here's Hattiesburg again. As mentioned before, for whatever reason, we just aren't getting the same kind of snow output there. Even though it looks like there's like a little layer of dry air aloft that's kind of kept things from reaching the ground at this point. It's a notable snow band though that's popped up. Wow, look at how the snow is starting to really add up towards Lafayette at this point. And also, the other mind-blowing part is the continual vehicles that I've seen over here towards Baton Rouge. On this bridge, no less. For information, the bridges are probably some of the worst places to drive on the event of winter weather because they're going to be the ones that freeze first and have usually the most ice and the most snow because air is able to travel under the bridge. So therefore, the surface of the bridge is going to be colder than a lot of the roads. So if it's sticking on the roads, you can bet doubly that it's going to be cumulative on bridges in particular. So, very dangerous decisions being made there. Don't like that. Not one bit. I haven't heard a whole lot in regards to accidents, thankfully, as of right now. Let's hope that things stay that way, because that's really where my concern lies with that. And then on top of that, with these conditions as well, if you do end up in trouble, response time is going to be a lot slower. Ooh, excuse me. Yeah, I haven't seen much in the way of incidents here in Louisiana, which is really good news. I'm still looking around just to make sure. But so far, I haven't had any reports. A lot of road closures, so there's been some preventative measures here. So for the most part, with the exception of a few people, it looks like a lot of people have heeded the warnings and are staying inside. Wow, it is getting really chilly in here. Yeah, I haven't seen anything in regards to reports on incidents over here towards Louisiana. Mississippi is a little bit different of a story. We do have a couple of small incidents. Yeah, it looks like towards far southeastern Mississippi we've had an accident there. And also, looks like there might be one more towards the western half of town here, right off the border. It's really more for ice though, so it doesn't look like there's any accidents reported outside of that one crash. All right, at least for now though, we're not dealing with anything horrific in regards to traffic issues. Just people are doing a good job of staying inside. Let's hope that continues. Oh, I didn't mean to take that widescreen. Yeah, as far as Jackson is concerned, though, it looks like for the most part things have stayed relatively tame there starting out, but you can easily, and I mean easily, end up seeing things change there pretty quickly. I think the worst of the snow is going to stay to the south of them, though. Or the heaviest of the snow, I should say. Dang. Let's go ahead and take a look at Galveston while we're at it. Oh, that's the one we have up here. Galveston is almost done with their event, by the way, so we'll soon be switching off that camera. We may pull up a Mississippi camera in just a moment here, or at least a southern Mississippi camera. Hattiesburg is starting to get into that snowfall a bit more, but looks like the accumulation isn't all that impressive as of yet. I am starting to see some changes though, finally. And we've been watching them for about an hour and some change now. Also, a quick update on the power outage situation in Texas. We are now up to 45,000 customers without power there. As far as Louisiana is concerned, numbers have remained low starting out. We're only at 4,000, but I do anticipate that number may yet rise. Florida, not a whole. There's 3,000 right now. Not a whole lot at the moment, but I again expect some of these numbers to rise in other states like Mississippi and of course Alabama, Florida. Georgia too is going to be a question mark as we get later into the evening here. This is a very fast-moving storm system as well. By the time we get into tomorrow, a lot of this is going to be cleared out. But with those cold temperatures remaining, the other issue that we're going to have is also the fact that a lot of the snow and a lot of this ice is not going to be going away very quickly. So if you do get accumulation, you're going to be sticking with it for a while. Excuse me, guys. My body armor was supposed to give me energy. It's making me yawn. Taking a look at Alabama's traffic as well. Haven't seen much in the way of accidents over towards Alabama either. That's some really good news there. I'm proud of how the South seems to be handling this right now. I have my concerns right now. Of course, this thing hasn't fully moved out to the east yet, but so far, so good. We got a long way to go, though, however. Near whiteout conditions starting to occur again over towards Baton Rouge now. I think conditions are going to start to improve over towards Lafayette. I think it's further off towards the west where the problems are going to start to emerge. Still consistently seeing cars go through. Especially going over a loop, no less. Yep, there goes the camera. Okay. So So we're starting to get also some reports of not just necessarily winter weather, but just the cold weather in general starting to take effect here. Just outside of Athens, Georgia, there was a report of bursted pipes as a result of the cold air. Got to make sure you're having those faucets dripping. Try to make sure that if you aren't going to be, or if necessary, just shut that water off. Make sure all the water is out of the pipes in general. So that way, that kind of thing does not happen. That's a lot of water damage. Because water damage and water damage treatment, it's very costly, put it lightly. And it messes with everything that you have going on. I've worked in plenty of houses that have had it. Pretty much will turn their lives upside down. So, regardless of whether or not you're getting snow today and you're watching this, regardless of where you're from, just make sure you are taking the proper precautions. I'm gonna turn up the heat in a second. No, this is getting ridiculous. My feet are really cold. I don't know what's going on here. Just so you know, I'm going through it along with you guys. Also looking at some reports towards South Georgia right now. Not expecting a whole lot there right now at the current point in time, but definitely paying extra close attention there, because those impacts are going to be notable there as well. Things starting to deteriorate again over towards Lafayette. As you can see the camera shaking here. Those strong winds coming back in once more. Still seeing people going through. Well, they're doing good so far. Hopefully they continue to do that. But in either case, though, we may see a drop in visibility here in just a minute in Lafayette. Snow's starting to drop off over towards Galveston. We're just about done here. Uh-oh, lost the camera. We'll get it back. All right. Let's toggle the warnings back on for a moment here. Okay, maybe it doesn't want to pop up. Come on now. Okay, there they go. They've popped up finally. We have another hour for the blizzard warnings that we have going on over towards Lake Charles. Lafayette, as I've said before, is right on the edge of it. Like I said, it would not surprise me, though I find it less likely that we could get blizzard warnings even for Baton Rouge. New Orleans might be a little bit of a stretch right now, but we'll have to wait and see. I may need a moment to warm up in a second here because it's getting ridiculously cold in the house. Crazy thing is, I didn't have anything cold to drink at all today. But I feel pretty daggone cold. I think I'm gonna go ahead and either get the fireplace started or something. Sheesh. I will be right back. I'm gonna have to change the screen this time, of course. Sorry about the wait, guys. I'm back. Alright, we're good. Also just needed to move around a bit, I guess, too. Alright, so the latest that we have going on here. Snow is just now starting to make it into Pensacola at this point. Wait, what? What just happened here? We just had a whole bunch of winter storm warnings over here just disappear from the screen. What's going on, Radar Omega? Like, why is this happening? Been noticing a lot of weird stuff going on with Radar Omega as of late. Been a long time user. Definitely not liking the recent performance. It's just useless to even have them up at this point. All right. Let's see what we got with reports right now. See if anything has changed. Pensacola is officially reporting snow now. As of an hour ago, Bay St. Louis in Mississippi is reporting the grass being completely covered, so it's about, I would say, close to half an inch or more already ongoing at this point. Snow's starting to pile up over towards US 11 on Lake Pontchartrain and more. Already been on for almost 2 hours. It's the most surreal thing about all of this is seeing the images of blizzards with palm trees also in the mix as well. Can't understate enough to you just how significant this is. Speaking of which, I may want to make a phone call to my mom here. Sorry, guys. I'm sending a text to my mom. Mom, I gotta make sure she's safe. Hopefully, you guys understand. Well, even if you don't, not to sound crude or anything, but I don't care. I'm picking her over you guys every time. Alright, sent her that text. Let's go on and get back to it now. Give me just a second here. Someone's at my door. Wonder if that's her. I'm just gonna turn off the camera. As it would turn out, it was my mom. Well, makes me feel a little better. So now we have New Orleans starting to experience blizzard conditions at this point. Let's see if we can't get a camera over there now. Alright, let's go ahead. I don't know why this isn't working right. Okay, there we go. There we go. Forgot my hotkeys for a second. Let's try this one here. There we go. We got it now. More messages. Oh, I thought I had put that full screen. I'm sorry, guys. Doing 10,000 things at once. Oh, wow. Look at the roadways now. Look at that. It is complete winter wonderland, and look at the visibility. It's actually kind of hard to see this. Also, if you're still watching, make sure that you are hitting that like button and also hit that share button too. Especially if you're stuck inside like I am right now. let's look at some of the latest reports that I have available to me. Might lose the New Orleans camera for just a moment here. Well, it's getting a little noisy. Let's turn that down for some of you folks. This is the best I've seen Lafayette look in a while. How cold do you think East Central Florida will get? East Central Florida, I actually have to look at that again. But at least over the course of the next couple of days, I would expect highs in the 40s and the 50s. It's not going to last as long for you guys, thankfully, though. You guys are going to be one of the first to warm up. I can pull that up real quick, actually, for you. And I did say I was gonna check out the weather models for later today. All right, so let's go ahead and I think we're gonna go with the oops, this is the wrong euro. This is the one we want right here. Let's go to southeast. Show your area. Oh, that's no problem. Oh, that's the wrong time frame here. How the heck did I get logged out? There we go. I gotta do that whole process over. Okay, do that, and back to temperature. All right, so this is about current time right now. You're saying East Central Florida? Yeah, you're actually going to be chillier. It's not going to feel like Florida, but you're still going to be in the 50s and the 60s today. Oh, I'm going backwards. The nights are going to be a little chilly. You're going to get into the 40s and 50s. As we go beyond that point, though, eventually we're going to recover. Towards the weekend, you might get a little bit. You might get a sneaky morning where you get into the 30s, but that I'd still consider that a little bit variable. But yeah, for you guys, for most of this week, it's not gonna feel like Florida. By the time we get towards the end of the month, though, it's gonna start to feel a little bit more like how it should for this time of year. So we get into February, you might start to feel like you're in spring, honestly, from what I've been seeing. Of course, this is still pretty early on and things can change pretty quick, but yeah, you guys got pretty lucky. It wasn't by much, though. If you were up, let's say, towards Jacksonville, you were going to catch it at some point. But yeah, towards the peninsula, everyone's doing better, I would say. Like I said, still not going to feel like Florida, but it's better than what I'm dealing with. 'Cause I think the temperature right now is 27 degrees, and to put it in perspective, I live right around Metro Atlanta, so yeah. And we're expecting some snow here too. Not a lot, but I have this increasing suspicion that we may end up getting a little bit of an overperformance from this event. I don't know why. It seems like one of those types of instances here where, you know, you blink and this thing will kind of blindside you with an inch or two of snow out of nowhere. The air mass around Atlanta, especially towards the middle levels of the atmosphere, does seem like it's still suitable to do something. We've already had reports of flurries up towards far North Georgia where the moisture really just wasn't supposed to be there, so it does kind of raise a little bit of suspicion for me. But yeah, over towards Central Florida, East Central Florida, you should be fine. All right, so let's go ahead and... Oh, Hattiesburg finally got some accumulation now. We've been waiting forever for them to get that, and they've had snow falling for the longest, but their rates have been so slow. Also, it looks like conditions have finally started to improve a little bit towards Lafayette. Remember, at one point, we couldn't even see this camera at all. Starting to get a couple of breaks here in this big snow band. But now, Hattiesburg, it's about to be your turn here. And we could see some 1 to potentially 1.5 inch per hour totals, per hour rates here, which is only going to help bolster those final totals over here. Thought I took these off. Thought I took the warnings off because, as you can see, we're still dealing with a lot of glitch right now from Radar Omega. I don't know why that is. What happened to this app? It used to not be this way. There we go. Let's get that back. Huh? Why is this not working? Hang on, why is this acting up now? Oh, wow. Really, Streamlabs? Okay. Well, alright, let me go ahead and get this fixed then. There we go. Easy fix. Let's go back. Shift this around. Yeah, I don't know why that just happened, honestly. I've been dealing with a lot of weird issues when it comes to my stream setup as of late. Very confused why that's continuing to happen. Alright, there we go. Oh, okay, I didn't want to show that. Alright, let's go with this one here. Nose is dry. Anyway. So I was pulling that up. I was pulling up this camera here actually to look at the instrument and the weather station that we have here. Pressure is falling, and there is a fair amount of moisture here, so I'm a little leery. Can't lie to you. This isn't far from where I live. I live not far away from the north side of town, so definitely curious about this. Oh, look at that big snow band that's popping up here towards Addisburg. And here you go. You can see the result. Big time snowflakes here. Rapid snowfall rate to go along with that. So here we go. Getting into the big stuff now. What was that noise? Why do I keep having noises coming? Why is, dang, my upstairs neighbor, I tell you. They stay dropping stuff. Anyway. Let me adjust this camera a little bit. Improve the view. There we go. I didn't even realize the view was that small on there. Alright, so now we got that all fixed up. Here's a look at Hattiesburg. I remember about an hour ago we were wondering when it was finally going to start to stick to the ground. Looks like we've gotten our answer now. And those winds are still blowing too, so I eventually expect blowing snow to come into play as well. Alright, so I'm also curious as to what we can expect for some of these other areas as we go forward as well. What I'm probably going to do the next little bit, we're going to probably do a full overhaul on the upcoming forecast here. We're going to look at all the model data that we can find, kind of go on from that point. Probably going to do that closer to, let's say, maybe 1:30ish, maybe 2 o'clock. So still got another hour to go. A lot of model data is just now starting to come in, and it will be a little while before it's done. So for those of you that are curious about the cold snap here, this big Arctic outbreak, we're going to be, of course, discussing the details with that. And then, of course, we'll also be keeping an eye on the continual winter weather that we have ongoing as well. I think we still have another hour and a half before this snowfall and wintry mix makes its way towards Tallahassee. We'll send a message real quick. Hey, what's up, Big Perm? Yeah, this is crazy. I'm gonna be honest with you, bud. You see this right here? Well, it's about over now. But there was actually a blizzard warning over here on the Gulf Coast. New Orleans, I think, is on the way to being in blizzard conditions actually right now with this too. I don't really want to go to the single radar, but I'm going to. And there's only one reason why I'm actually doing it. Because I like the multi-regional view in this case. But the reason why I want to do that is to get a good estimate as to how impressive the snow signal is here, and then also the wind gust getting up to about 24, at times gusting to 35 miles an hour. There was a camera that we were looking at. I still have it up here. This one over towards Lafayette, there were several times where we couldn't even see anything here at all. Also, I've gained a growing suspicion that areas a little further to the north, especially towards Atlanta, might actually end up overperforming here. See, I was looking earlier at a weather station here, and I remember originally, as far as this area was concerned, I was expecting things to stay pretty dry towards the mid-levels. it really hasn't been that way at all. In fact, there's even been snow flurries reported as far as like Dalton, Georgia, where we were expecting nothing at all. So between that and I think it's called dendritic zone. I'm still learning about it. I was looking at the dendritic zone, and there's still a fair amount of moisture in there. So I'm kind of side eyeing my area, like, hey, what's going on here? What do you have planned for me? What do you have planned for me? Power outages in Louisiana are starting to go up, by the way. Yeah, the point of focus right now, though, is undoubtedly over towards Baton Rouge and New Orleans right now, where they're getting the heaviest snow. Pretty much living up to the forecast here, but easily I think 8 inches may not be enough. We may have more. Also, another area where I have gotten reports so far over towards Beaumont, we've had at least 5 inches of snow, and that was earlier this morning, so totals still may yet be higher. But it does look like this system is overperforming right now. Okay. Yeah, especially further off to the south where the freezing rain is still falling. Because Houma, Morgan City, and all of them, they're not getting much in the way of snow. A lot of this is freezing rain. And that does concern me. In fact, a little earlier when I was looking at New Orleans, their cameras were frozen over before it switched over to snow. So, very concerned about that, very concerned about the road conditions, but it looks like for the most part people have stayed inside. There have been people that have popped up on the camera, of course. There's always going to be that select handful that's not going to listen and take their chances. But all we can do is hope that they end up staying safe, of course. But, hey, what can you do? Still got another pretty strong wind gust going through Lafayette right now. Yeah, the storm chasers have been mainly hanging between Lafayette and also over towards New Orleans. Also over towards Lake Charles, there was actually a report of thunder snow to go with it. So, pretty crazy day. And we still have a long ways to go, too, to go along with it. But these areas right here, the fact that we're seeing this level or this intensity of snowfall and more, it's crazy. It's mind blowing, honestly. If you asked me if this was going to be on my bingo book, I'd be lying if I said it wasn't. I mean, if you told me it was on your bingo book, I actually would probably call you a liar. That's just me being completely honest. So the freezing rain has made its way to Enterprise, Alabama now. Pensacola is dealing with freezing rain. It's not going to be long before we actually see Panama City involved in this as well now, along with Tallahassee. Oh, look at Hattiesburg over here to the right. Really starting to pick up now. We struggled a while to get accumulation here, but now that it's going, watch it just take off here now. Easily would expect about 2 to 4 inches, potential for maybe even greater totals, maybe 3 to 5 inches possible in pockets. All right. Continuing to message people, and people are messaging me, asking me about the weather in our area right now. Again, like I said before, live in Atlanta. Nothing really going on right now, but a little later is whenever things might get interesting here. Like I said, I do have a fleeting suspicion we may overperform here. There's something about this, just it's not rubbing me right. It's instinct. I'm hoping I'm wrong, honestly, because I don't want to be snowed in for 2 days or 3 days. But there's something I'm a little leery of, though. I can't lie. There's a particular metric I was also looking at that kind of caught my attention too. A particular layer of the atmosphere that I'm paying extra close attention to. Some of the images that I'm seeing right now in Biloxi, Mississippi are crazy. The parallel is wow. Just the parallel is crazy here. In Biloxi Beach, obviously we have palm trees. We think of this area whenever hurricane season comes around. There's several inches of snow on the ground. Insane. Okay. Just got it. Okay, so I'm seeing a report now. 8 inches of snow in Lafayette, Louisiana. So this storm is already overperforming. It's still snow falling in Lafayette too, so we could still get another inch out of this. Yeah, this storm is undoubtedly overperforming right now. But yeah, it also has broken the daily snowfall record over towards Lafayette, Louisiana, which is nowhere near 8 inches. I think it may have been about 3 somewhere or 4 inches. It might have actually been 5. Kind of hard to keep up with records right now. Snowfall rates in New Orleans right now are at 2 inches an hour at times. There's one spot actually over towards Lafayette that actually is reporting 10.5 inches. Wow. This is an unbelievable winter storm. Thought I had this looping at least. Dang. I was looking through reports. I'm sorry about that, guys. Just got a text saying that people in the area are kind of panicking a little bit and heading to the store now. I'm worried that people are going to get caught in this for my area now. At least I can confirm that my mom is home and she is safe, so it gives me a little bit of peace of mind at the very least. Let me go check on that fire real quick. I will be right back. We're going to go back to multi-regional scan though. Sorry about that, y'all. Back. Fire's alright. Just want to make sure that we are practicing what we preach, because we've been warning people about the cold blast itself in general and making sure that they're practicing proper fire safety and plumbing safety as well. That way you don't damage your home. But yeah, last thing I want to be is a hypocrite. Especially since I just recently paid my rent not long ago. Or at least it feels like it hasn't been that long ago. It's coming up yet again. I don't understand what's going on with Radar Omega today. I thought I got rid of the warning overlay, but for whatever reason, it's not working. Yeah, this thing's just glitched out. Some of the images that I'm seeing here from the social media space is incredible. Obviously, I can't show them for reasons. The stream would get taken down, but still, wild. Some of the stuff I'm seeing on here is funny too. A lot of people are saying, "Oh, this storm's not going to do anything." Oh, it happened, all right. Even I was a bit skeptical, and I can't even lie about it. Can't even act like I wasn't. Also, I want to say thank you for all the support so far on this stream. Still got a long way to go. We're still, I would say, in the early, maybe getting closer towards the mid stage of this event here. We could probably be here for at least another 4 or 5 hours plus pretty easily here. So, I mean, we're set to do that as needed. So, that being said, just stay tuned. We'll have an update, like I said, probably 1:30 about what the weather models are showing us to go along with it. So, plenty more content, plenty more streaming to go here. So this is something I haven't seen yet. Just now read this. Hurricane hunters actually flew through this storm system 13 hours ago to gather data on this storm. Flight level winds were actually at 92 miles an hour, so that just shows how strong this thing actually is. So this is a last minute surprise and a crazy development at that too. check the latest on the accidents over here towards Mississippi and Louisiana. I think Louisiana's done all right in regards to accidents. A little bit more concerned about Mississippi and also Alabama. Georgia's going to become a little bit more of a concern later on. It seems like we have a lot more road closures than we do accidents, though, which is always a good thing. I'd rather have the road closed versus having people potentially being in harm's way. Yeah, this seems like it's a lot of road closures mainly. So, good job for the most part by Louisiana here. They've done a very good job in handling things. But yeah, as far as Louisiana is concerned, we're looking good. As far as Alabama's concerned, so far so good too. I've only so far seen maybe like one or two accidents total from really anywhere in regards to this wintry event. Just hope I haven't spoken too soon. There is, however, a structure fire over towards east central Alabama. This is over towards Raymer and Ada. This is off of Alabama 94. Oh, wait. I think I found an accident now. Where is this? It's on I-65. Right before exit 142. Up there. Oh, here we go. Yeah, it's southern Alabama where they've been going out. I see 3 accident symbols there. 4, actually. Daggone it. Make that 5 now. It's going up as we speak. I was hoping that we would end up not having that issue. Georgia right now, it looks like we're still fine. Go over to Mississippi again just to make sure we've crossed our T's and dotted our I's, but it looks like for the most part accidents have stayed to a minimum over there. Starting to get reports of snow flurries in Woodstock, Georgia now too. Starting to get some reports of snowfall over towards South Georgia as well now. Columbus, Georgia's getting into the mix here. Soon we're going to see Macon getting there. Multiple reports of snow over towards Augusta, Georgia, and a few reports over towards Columbia, South Carolina to go with that. So, starting to get interesting here. Some rain has also been reported over towards the Charleston, South Carolina area as well. Mostly in the form of a drizzle right now, but we do expect a transition over to snow as we get further into the evening. Pensacola is almost about to switch over to snow. I think this is the time to pull up the Florida cameras. Alright, let's go over to Pensacola. Alright, almost have that up now. And here you are, you're seeing it, and it's coming down in droves, by the way. This is Pensacola, Florida, right now. And you can actually you're actually starting to see it stick on the roads, too. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that you would see snow this far south? I'm telling you. I don't think anyone had this on their bingo book anywhere. This is surreal. We're gonna see a cumulative snow in Pensacola, Florida. Panama City will see it too. Perry, Florida will see it. It's crazy. Like, this is gonna be one to remember. This is going to be the winter storm of 2025 from the looks of it here. Unless something big happens within the next month or two, this is going to be that winter storm that we all remember from this year. And even then, the last couple winter storms we've had have been pretty memorable, but this one is different. This one's a different beast, man. This one is a different beast. Speaking of which, looks like snow's getting closer towards my area now. Oh, yeah, I figured it was going to go out the second I clicked that. But yeah, you can see that little snow band popping up there. And it's actually deepening here, so here we go. Oops, not what I meant to do either. Speaking of which, I'm going to take a look at my window real quick. I'm going to be right back. Alright, I'm back. Nothing really happening in my area just yet, but it's coming. Phone's not charging. Oh wow, look at it, it's really picking up now. Like I said, this is in Pensacola, Florida. Where you're looking, this isn't towards the Midwest. This isn't Arkansas or anything like that. This is Pensacola, Florida, right now, where we are watching the snow come down, and come down at a pretty good rate. Roads so far look like they're still doing very well, but there is also, what concerns me also is that there is a lot of activity, and I mean a lot of it. I do think that this may become a problem. They also look like they're booking it like they're trying to get out of this. Hey, man. Oh, we lost the New Orleans camera. Got whiteout conditions, it looks like, over there, too. Yep, look at that. Having blizzard conditions ongoing in New Orleans. Like I said, you do not see this stuff every day. I can't stress it enough to you. Like, this is crazy to see. Like, this is less than 1/8 of a mile of visibility here. See, the thing about this, though, at least, look, notice the difference between the camera here towards New Orleans and the one in Pensacola. There's an awful lot of traffic in Pensacola right now. New Orleans, ghost town. Everybody's staying in, for the most part. Every once in a while, you'll see a car in there. I mean, that's to be expected. Not everybody's gonna heed the warning. But over here towards Florida, it's crazy to see the traffic that we're seeing right now. I think a fair number of people probably did still stay in, but some people are just like, I don't care. But you don't want to play that game with this. You're not used to this. So once these roads start accumulating, you better park it inside and stay inside. Starting to stick to the ground too already. Roadways aren't going to take too long to follow either. Hattiesburg has become a winter wonderland now too. Let's get that back. Alright, so what we're going to do, 30 minutes, we're going to be taking a look at the weather models here. Kind of get an idea on what's going on next and try to hash out when this will all be over too. Okay. I'm just waiting on the Euro to come in. Is it already sticking that fast on the road now too? I mean, it looked like it was, but it's starting to become more apparent, especially on that other side. I don't know if that's just the glare from the sun, maybe peeking in and out of the clouds a little bit. But call me crazy, but that looks like it's sticking already. That's quick. That is very quick. What an event. All right, so, yep, 130 is what we're looking for. Low level moisture around Atlanta is starting to pick up now too, from the looks of what I'm seeing here. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button if you haven't already today. We're still expected to be here for a while. Actually, gotta go to the bathroom again. Be right back. we go. Ah, yeah, okay, I wasn't driven. That 100% definitely looks like there is some snowfall that's accumulating in Pensacola now, which is insane. As you can see over towards New Orleans, blizzard conditions continue to persist here. You can barely even see the highway signs. Like I said, I know I keep saying it, but you just don't see this stuff here often. Like the images that we are seeing today, we may not see again in our lifetime. Oh, camera just kicked me out. It just kicked me out of the camera now. Uh-oh. Power crews. We don't have any road. The roads aren't being treated here in Florida. I don't think they have any trucks to treat the roads. Yeah, this was one of the areas I was kind of concerned with, and I'm really hoping that we start to see more of a slowdown with the amount of vehicles that we have out here. Along that I-10 corridor is very vulnerable, if you ask me. Let me see if I can't fix this. Oh, the entire gateway went down. I think we might have lost the entire DOT camera set over here towards Louisiana. Let's try this again. There we go. Look at this. It's not what we had earlier. Here we go. This is Aris Avenue where it's really bad right now. This is I-10, and you can actually... What in the world are they? Oh, are they fishtailing? Oh, that's a snowplow, because if it's not, there's no reason for them to be driving that fast through there. It's a little bit too gutsy for your own good. Oh, yep, they fishtailed and turned around now. Look at them. That's silly right there. You shouldn't do stuff like that. Stupid actions. That was, I'm gonna be honest, that was just flat out stupid. Like, that was a terrible idea. Looks like this camera's acting up now. go over towards this one that's near Milton. I think that's the furthest north. Oh, no, never mind. Look at that. Look at how quickly it's accumulated over here towards Florida. Don't like that. Alright, we're about to get into the forecast models here. I'm just getting it set up so we can get rolling. Alright, I think we're just about set here. All the model data, I cannot speak. All of the model data that we could need is available to us at this point, just about. So I guess with that, we'll go ahead and get started. Oof. Itchy. Anyway, let's go ahead and get into things here. Alright, let's make sure you guys can see everything. Alright. So here's what we have going on at this very moment. Obviously, you can see radar omega on the bottom left. This is what our weather models are going to be looking like as we go further along here. I've seen a little bit of a push back to the north on that little nose here, on this little snow nose here as we go later into the afternoon. See the heavy snow really starting to pick up over here towards areas like Pensacola, over towards Enterprise, Dothan, then of course towards South Georgia. We're going to continue to see that as we get later into the evening. By this point, this is where we start to get Charleston, Columbia, pretty much the entire state of South Carolina, good chunk of North Carolina in the mix here as well. This is going to persist into the overnight, and then by the time we get to tomorrow morning, a lot of this is going to be out here. The snow will stop falling, but of course the temperatures remaining as cold as they're expected to be. We're going to continue to see the snow that's accumulated stick around for a while here. So over the next couple of days, not much is going to change unless you're over towards, let's say, far south Georgia, Mississippi, and Alabama, and of course Florida. To go beyond that point, everything kind of calms down after that point. We still are going to be cold throughout the rest of the week. It's really not until, I would say, the very end of the week or start of next week, I would say, on Sunday, where we get above freezing here and we have chances for some showers. A little cold rain, and then from that point, we actually may start to warm back up to average temperatures, and we'll see what lies beyond that point here. I'm also going to be keeping an eye out for potential severe weather towards the Gulf as we go further into the month of February as time goes on here. Now, this signal right here is really interesting, but that's a good Midwestern signal right here for ice. So we will also, of course, be keeping an eye on that. But as far as the Southeast is concerned, it looks like we're going to catch a break really soon here. Of course, it's only one model that we're looking at. There's plenty more to go over here. Go over to the GFS and we'll make our comparison with that. Really isn't a whole lot that's going to be different starting out. GFS a little bit more aggressive with that signal starting out over towards the northern tier of Georgia, maybe Alabama as well. For all is said and done, though, either way, Carolina coast look like they're going to be the point of interest to close out the event. And then by tomorrow morning, same deal. Snow stops falling. The cumulative snow will remain through a good chunk of the week at that. By the time we get towards Saturday and into Sunday, we start to warm up pretty nicely. Cold rain expected by the end of next week to start the upcoming week. And then from that point, you start to see a little bit of a warming trend. Still have to be watchful as Clipper systems off to the north and east. And then from that point and beyond, there may even be a couple opportunities for some severe weather towards the Gulf Coast, just like we saw in the Euro. Now, along with the snow, of course, obviously, we're going to be on the lookout for the temperatures here. Just from what I can see here, even though I was just looking at the contour lines, obviously this week, still going to be kind of chilly. Go towards next week is where things start to improve here. Start to get into the 30s and 40s for highs. Start to see 50s and 60s, even some 70s sneaking back into the equation, especially over towards Florida. Then to close out the month, we're actually not looking all that bad. A lot of these places, this will be the high temperature on the 30th here. Atlanta, Georgia getting towards 60. Pensacola back at about 67, close to 70. Even some 80s are possible over here closer towards Miami. So break is coming. We just got to get through this week. That's all it is. Even the below zero temperatures at this point have kind of slipped away from lower 48 by the time we get into February. So, like I said, tough week ahead. Once we get through that, we're looking a lot better. And I mean everybody at this point looks a lot better. Still may be some reinforcing cold air to come in later down the line. But from what we're seeing so far, there's at least some positive news to be had there. Alright, that being said, let's go ahead and switch over to the icon. Or actually, we meant to go to the Euro. Made a little mistake there. That's how you know this is live. All right, so here's the euro. Pretty similar look. This upcoming week is going to be the cold week, or the rest of this week is going to be cold. This is where we start to warm back up once we get past Sunday in particular. Still going to be some cold air lingering, but warm air is going to start to pick up by the time we get towards the end of the month. And as we go further beyond here, there's still going to be some cold mornings, but definitely a major improvement from what we've had. So, positive news here at the very least. So, just got to hang in there and get through this week. We're almost there. In any case, though, that's pretty much all we got on this end here as far as the forecast model update. I think actually we can go ahead and maybe take a little sneak peek at what the latest on the totals could be. Maybe even try to sneak in some reports here and there. So not much has really changed here. Expecting another potentially up to 5 to 6 inches over towards Louisiana. So big time totals there. This corridor between Pensacola all the way into South Georgia here, we could expect 3 to 5 pretty easily. Maybe even isolated higher totals there. We get over towards coastal Carolina, especially towards South Carolina in particular. 1 to 3 inches seems to be the mean here. And then, of course, we get further towards the coast and towards inland parts of North Carolina, 1 to 3 with isolated totals, maybe getting up to about 4, at maximum maybe 6 inches. Could even be more than that. So, a lot going on right now, a lot to keep track of. So, plenty more to go before all is said and done within the next 36 hours. But at least after these next 36, we can shift our attention away from the south here. Because I'm sure you guys are, and myself included, are kind of tired of the snow a little bit. We've had our little fun. Make it stop now. That's what I think a lot of people are. I think that's where a lot of people are at this point. All right, let's go back to taking Radar Omega into full screen. And back again we are. Oh, had it and then we lost it again. Yeah, look at those. Look at that. Look at those roads. Those accumulated so fast that we didn't really. That just tells me right there they weren't treated. And again, Florida's a state that doesn't really get snow like that. So, sadly, that does not surprise me. They probably didn't have any salt to begin with. So there's that. It's unfortunate, but it's just where we are right now, I suppose. Probably going to try to figure out something to eat in the next little bit here. Need to go check on the fire in the next couple of minutes as well. Excuse me. Might need a moment here. I'm gonna try to fix myself some food. Try to wake myself up while I'm at it. I'll be right back. Apologies for that. Took a little minute to get everything squared away. Mainly got some soup. Perfect for this kind of weather. Just gonna kind of keep monitoring things from here on. I'm gonna cut off the Pensacola camera for a little bit. Might shift our attention towards south of Atlanta now, where things are starting to really pick up now. I haven't really seen much anything on this camera yet, even though it looks like there's probably some snow in the air at least. It's just a little bit drier up towards that region too, though. Dew point is at 0.2 degrees. Still have some heavy snowfall going on Lafayette. In fact, the visibility's dropped off again. Got a little smoky in the house. I had to go ahead and check on that. Once I finish eating, you might actually see it for a brief period. There we go. So there's Jefferson County. Mom, what are you doing? Okay, so the cameras that we have up now, still over towards New Orleans. Things are slightly improving there. This is Jefferson County in Georgia. We also have Lafayette, Louisiana. We also have Hattiesburg right now. Winds have slowed down just a little bit over there now. You can see a little bit of a clear slot beginning to develop, a little dry sector. So they're going to get a break in the action. Meanwhile, the heavy snow still is ongoing over towards Baton Rouge and New Orleans right now. And it's probably going to continue to be that way over the course of the next few hours. The real question mark is these areas right over here towards the Atlanta metro areas and areas off to the north and west. It does seem like the moisture is beginning to deepen over there, so I think it's only a matter of time. I think we're going to go into single radar mode and kind of hone in on these areas a bit. I also think there could be a report or two of thundersnow we might need to keep an eye out for over here towards New Orleans. Why does it keep switching back to CC over here? Haven't seen anything over there recently, so let's go up here. Actually, we'll go for Mobile. Seems like the metro's literally in the wedge right now. Heavy snow falling all around, but not in the metroplex yet. Or I should say the main part of the metroplex. Atlanta is very vast. We might see that change pretty soon, though, within the next couple hours. This will determine what's what, though, for the city. I'm going to start out as rain over towards Panama City, but I think we're going to quickly switch over to wintry precip here. And eventually we still have Perry, Tallahassee, and then Jacksonville before Florida's officially done. Alright, back to work. Had to check and make sure that the little bit of smoke that came from the fireplace has gone back out into the chute like we were supposed to have it. But yeah, looks like we're all good now. Little scare, that's all it was. Man, DBZ on these is crazy right here. The decibels, especially over towards, I think this is Andalusia. Excuse me. Towards Andalusia is actually really impressive. Alright, let's go ahead and get the camera back on now. Oh, look at how that's falling right now. Over towards Jefferson County. Let's go over here again. Yeah, they're getting mostly snow at this point. Not even much of a mix to be had there. Augusta's also getting some heavy snow as well. I think it's about time to switch over and probably put on a... Which camera do we want to get rid of right now? I think I'll go with Hattiesburg, and I'll keep Louisiana's camera up. Or Lafayette's camera up. Could be a chance that there's some sleet mixing in here as well. It's a little snow and sleet mix over towards Jefferson County. I also got family towards Augusta, so I'm interested in seeing what's going on there. And just look at the madness going on over here. That's taking its sweet time right now, isn't it? I'm gonna have to exit out of this real quick, I guess. Okay, Augusta isn't really showing much anything right now. New Orleans is still looking insane. Yeah, I can't get anything towards South Georgia. What? Wow, there's really nothing. There's really nothing available here. Not a single thing is loading. That is crazy. Let's try Warner Robins. Dang, there's really nothing going, man. I can't believe it. I genuinely can't believe I can't find anything. Check the power outage situation. It shouldn't be happening. Cameras out there? Seriously? Wow, there's really nothing I can use over here. Wow, a lot of cameras are down here in the state today. That's crazy, dude. That is crazy, dude. Yeah, here's another one that's down. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Doesn't look like we're using any cameras right now from Georgia outside of Jefferson County. Crazier part is the fact that very little of this snow right now that we're looking at right now is hitting the ground towards the metro. It's got a nice signal to it for sure, but nothing. Guess we're just working with what we got for now. Look at how heavy that's fallen, though. Over in Jefferson County, though. Can't lie, might need to get some more food. Alright, I'm back. Okay, so guess for right now we're just kind of sitting and waiting to see what happens next. One by one, we're gonna watch more and more areas become Winter Wonderland. I'm just gonna let you take in the sights and sounds for right now. Alright, guys. I think we're going to call it a stream here at this point. We do, of course, still have Savannah and Charleston on the way in regards to winter weather here. I think at this point we'll pretty much have the gist of it. I'll give a time frame of about maybe another 3 to 4 hours before that arrives for that area. Atlanta's starting to get snow. Milledgeville is getting plenty of snow right now. The heavy bands are going to be on the way soon. Yeah, at this point though, we're going to call it a day on this end. And we're going to try and see if we can't get some post-analysis stuff on here as well. So everybody take care. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and I will see you next time.